Welcome to Sleep Stories for Grown-Ups, the channel where we explore the mysterious, the hidden, and the stories that leave us questioning everything we thought we knew. Tonight, we journey into one of the most quietly debated topics in modern history, the survival of medieval peasants through the bitter cold of winter. This isn't a tale of conspiracy theories or lost civilizations. It's a quiet, powerful story of how people, without modern conveniences, endured and thrived through the harshest seasons. It's a story of wisdom, resourcefulness, and unity. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from, and what time is it right now? It's incredible how stories like these can connect us across time zones and places. And if you enjoy unraveling the mysteries of history in a calm and thought-provoking way, don't forget to subscribe to Sleep Stories for Grown-Ups. Now, find a comfortable spot, close your eyes, and let's begin tonight's story. Winter in medieval Europe was a time of profound challenge, when communities faced their greatest test of survival. The medieval period, spanning roughly from the 5th to the 15th century, witnessed significant climatic variations that intensified these seasonal hardships. To understand the full impact of winter on medieval life, we must first appreciate the broader climatic context in which medieval people lived. The climate of medieval Europe was not static but underwent several notable shifts. The early Middle Ages emerged from the aftermath of the late antique Little Ice Age, a cold period triggered by volcanic eruptions in the 6th century. By the 9th and 10th centuries, conditions gradually warmed. This warming trend culminated in what climatologists term the medieval warm period, or medieval climate anomaly. During this time, average temperatures in parts of Europe were comparable to or slightly warmer than those of the early 20th century, though with significant regional variations. This relatively favorable climate period enabled agricultural expansion into previously marginal lands. Norse settlements in Greenland became viable, vineyards appeared in northern England, and grain cultivation pushed higher into alpine valleys and further north into Scandinavia. The warming facilitated population growth, as agricultural productivity increased and fewer harsh winters meant lower mortality rates. Many of Europe's great cathedrals and the expansion of towns date to this period of relative prosperity. However, beginning in the late 13th century, Europe's climate began a long-term cooling trend that would culminate in what scientists now call the Little Ice Age. This was not a single, uninterrupted cold spell but rather a series of cooling periods with intervening warmer phases. The most intense cold periods occurred around 1300 to 1330, 1430 to 1470, 1600 to 1700, and 1800 to 1850. During these times, average temperatures may have been 1 to 2 degrees Celsius lower than the preceding medieval warm period, with particularly harsh winters. The onset of cooler conditions brought profound challenges. Alpine glaciers advanced, destroying high-elevation settlements. Growing seasons shortened, leading to reduced harvests and more frequent crop failures. The Baltic Sea froze over repeatedly, as did many rivers that had rarely iced over during the medieval warm period. The Thames in London and the canals of Venice experienced regular freezing, events that became the subject of paintings and winter festivals. Northern European vineyards disappeared, and grain cultivation retreated from higher elevations and northern regions. Against this backdrop of climatic variation, medieval communities developed intricate strategies to survive the winter months. For the vast majority of Europeans who lived as peasants, life was governed by seasonal rhythms that determined both labor and leisure. These rhythms became particularly crucial as autumn waned and winter approached. The agricultural year in medieval Europe didn't follow the modern calendar precisely. Instead, it was marked by religious festivals and natural phenomena that signaled transitions between seasons. Michaelmas, September 29th, often marked the end of the harvest season, while Martinmas, November 11th, traditionally signaled the beginning of winter preparations in earnest. By All Saints' Day, November 1st, most of the harvest had to be secured, while livestock that could not be fed through winter were slaughtered around Martinmas, providing a brief abundance of meat before the lean months ahead. Autumn was a time of intense labor and forward planning. The harvest itself was the most labor-intensive period of the agricultural year, when every able-bodied person, men, women, and children, worked from dawn until dusk to gather crops before rain or frost could damage them. Yet even as they harvested, medieval farmers were already preparing for the following year. Fields had to be plowed and sown with winter wheat or rye before the ground froze too hard for cultivation. Failure to complete this autumn sowing would mean reduced harvests the following year, potentially triggering a cycle of scarcity. Food preservation dominated autumn activities. Grain had to be properly dried and stored in elevated granaries to protect it from moisture and rodents. Root vegetables like turnips and carrots were placed in cool, dark storage cellars or buried in sand or straw to preserve them. Cabbage was converted to sauerkraut through fermentation. Fruits were dried in the sun or near fires, or preserved as jams when honey or precious sugar was available. Nuts were gathered from forests and stored for winter protein. The slaughter period around Martinmas yielded a temporary abundance of fresh meat, but this bounty needed to be preserved quickly. Smoking, salting, and drying meat were essential preservation techniques. Hams and bacons were hung in smokehouses, while other cuts were packed in salt or submerged in brine. Some communities made sausages, incorporating organ meats, blood, and scraps with herbs and salt to preserve every edible portion. The fat rendered during butchering was carefully collected and stored. It would provide essential calories during winter and serve as cooking medium when fresh ingredients were scarce. Dairy products posed particular challenges for preservation. Milk production declined in winter as fodder became scarce and animals were often pregnant. Cheese making intensified in autumn, transforming perishable milk into a food that could last through winter. Hard, aged cheeses with lower moisture content were prized for their keeping qualities. Butter was sometimes preserved by burying it in peat bogs in wooden containers, a practice found particularly in Ireland and Scotland. Fuel collection was another critical autumn task. Wood was the primary heating and cooking fuel throughout medieval Europe, supplemented by peat, dried dung, or coal in regions where wood was scarce. Peasants gathered fallen branches and managed woodlots, often under strict regulations imposed by local lords who claimed ownership of forests. Cutting, splitting, and stacking firewood was a labor-intensive process that needed to be completed before winter's arrival. The quantity of fuel a household managed to acquire often determined whether they would merely endure the cold months or suffer dangerously during them. Housing required special preparation for winter. Peasant homes, typically constructed of timber frames with wattle and daub walls, a lattice of wooden strips covered with a mixture of clay, sand, animal dung, and straw, needed regular maintenance to seal gaps and cracks. Roofs thatched with straw or reeds were patched before winter rains and snow. In colder regions, additional insulation might be added by banking earth or manure against exterior walls. Some households brought livestock indoors during the coldest weather, sacrificing comfort for the additional warmth provided by the animal's body heat. Clothing preparation was equally essential. Wool was the primary textile for winter garments, valued for its insulating properties even when damp. Throughout the year, women spun wool into yarn and wove cloth on looms. In autumn, this activity intensified as additional garments, blankets, and cloaks were prepared. Leatherworking also accelerated, with hides from slaughtered animals being tanned and crafted into shoes, boots, and work garments. Many peasants wore multiple layers of linen and wool clothing during winter, adding and removing layers as conditions demanded. As winter descended fully upon the medieval landscape, its impact varied significantly by region. The challenges faced by a peasant in Sicily differed markedly from those confronting farmers in Scotland or Scandinavia. Regional variations in climate, agricultural practices, building traditions, and social structures all influenced how communities experienced and survived the winter months. In Mediterranean regions such as southern Italy, Spain, and Greece, winters were generally milder but could still bring significant challenges. Rainfall increased during winter months, sometimes causing flooding that damaged homes and winter crops. The relatively short cold season meant agricultural work continued year-round, with different crops suited to winter cultivation. Olive harvesting often occurred in winter, as did the planting of spring crops. The Mediterranean climate allowed for a more diverse agricultural calendar, but the winter rains could make travel difficult on unpaved roads, temporarily isolating communities. In these southern regions, homes were designed more for heat management than retention, with thick stone walls that kept interiors cool in summer and provided some insulation in winter. Heating was often minimal, limited to small charcoal braziers rather than the large hearths found further north. Clothing adaptations were less extreme, though additional layers were still necessary during the coldest periods. Central Europe, encompassing regions like France, Germany, and northern Italy, experienced more pronounced seasonal changes. Winter brought freezing temperatures, snow, and occasionally severe storms. Agricultural work largely ceased during winter months, shifting focus to indoor tasks like tool repair, textile production, and crafts. Rivers and lakes frequently froze, sometimes facilitating transportation over ice but often disrupting water travel and milling operations. Communities in these regions developed more robust winter adaptations. Homes featured central hearths or, by the later medieval period, more efficient chimney fireplaces. Food stocks needed to sustain families for 3 to 4 months of minimal production. Winter diets centered on stored grains, preserved meats, aged cheese, dried vegetables, and foraged items like nuts. Vitamin deficiencies became common by late winter, manifesting as skin conditions, weakened immunity, and in severe cases, scurvy. Northern Europe and mountainous regions faced the most extreme winter challenges. In Scandinavia, Scotland, and alpine communities, winter could last 5 months or longer. Snowfall was often heavy, sometimes completely isolating villages for weeks. Daylight became extremely limited, with some northern communities experiencing only a few hours of dim light during December and January. The freeze-thaw cycles damaged structures and roads, while avalanches and snowslides posed serious threats in mountainous areas. Northern homes were built specifically to withstand winter conditions, with thick walls, minimal windows, low ceilings to conserve heat, and centrally located hearths. Some designs, like the Viking longhouse, placed human living quarters and animal stables under the same roof, using livestock heat to supplement the hearth. Clothing in these regions was more sophisticated, often featuring multiple layers of wool, fur-lined garments, and specialized footwear. The challenges of northern winters fostered distinctive cultural adaptations. Indoor activities became highly developed, with elaborate traditions of storytelling, music, and crafts emerging during the enforced confinement of winter months. Communities maintained stronger collective support systems, recognizing that mutual aid was essential for survival. Some regions developed specialized winter technologies like skis, snowshoes, and ice fishing equipment to make productive use of winter conditions. Across all regions, winter imposed a particular rhythm on medieval life. The shortened daylight hours meant that productive work was limited to a brief window. People typically rose with the dawn and retired soon after sunset, spending up to 14 hours in bed during midwinter, not necessarily sleeping the entire time, but conserving energy and warmth. The medieval practice of first sleep and second sleep, with a period of wakefulness in the middle of the night, may have been particularly pronounced during winter months. For urban dwellers, winter brought different but equally significant challenges. Medieval towns were densely populated, with narrow streets and buildings constructed close together. While this arrangement provided some protection from wind, it also created hazards during winter. Snow and ice removal was rudimentary at best, making streets treacherous. Frozen water sources and reduced river flow affected urban water supplies and hindered the operation of water mills that ground flour. Many urban trades that required drying processes, like tanning or dyeing textiles, became difficult or impossible during wet winter weather. The economic impact of winter extended beyond agriculture to affect commerce and industry. Transportation networks that relied on roads became unreliable as mud, snow, and ice made travel difficult or impossible. Merchant caravans often ceased operations during the depths of winter, resuming only when conditions improved in spring. Maritime trade in northern waters similarly diminished or halted entirely when seas became too dangerous to navigate. Only in the most severe winters, when bodies of water froze solid, did alternative transportation routes temporarily open, allowing sleds to traverse frozen rivers and lakes. Winter had profound effects on the social and legal structures of medieval communities. In many regions, court sessions were suspended during winter months when travel became impracticable. Major events like tournaments, fairs, and large gatherings were rarely scheduled for midwinter, with the notable exception of religious festivities. Military campaigns typically ceased during winter, as armies found it nearly impossible to maintain supply lines or conduct effective operations in cold, wet conditions. The seasonal pause in warfare was so regular that it became formalized in some regions as the winter peace or winter truce. The winter season imposed additional burdens on the already hierarchical medieval society. For peasants living at subsistence level, winter exacerbated existing inequalities. Those with inadequate preparations faced severe hardship, sometimes leading to dependency on wealthier neighbors or local lords. Manorial records document winter loans of grain provided to struggling peasants, which had to be repaid with interest after the following harvest. These arrangements, while preserving life in the short term, often deepened cycles of indebtedness among the poorest community members. Monasteries played a crucial role during winter months, serving as centers of relief for the poor and travelers. Many monastic rules specified special provisions for winter charity, like increased food distributions or providing temporary shelter. Some monasteries maintained special winter hostels along travel routes, offering refuge to merchants and pilgrims caught in unfavorable conditions. The Benedictine rule explicitly acknowledged winter's hardships by allowing for adjustments to the daily schedule and diet during the cold months. For nobility, winter presented different challenges and opportunities. The cessation of military campaigns and agricultural oversight freed time for other pursuits. Court life intensified during winter months, with extended feasting, entertainment, and political maneuvering. Hunting remained a winter activity for the elite, with specialized techniques for tracking animals in snow. Aristocratic homes featured luxuries unimaginable to peasants: multiple fireplaces, tapestries for insulation, glazed windows, and abundant fuel. The contrast between noble comfort and peasant hardship was perhaps never more stark than during harsh winters. Winter health concerns plagued all social classes, though with varying severity. Respiratory illnesses spread rapidly in poorly ventilated dwellings where people gathered closely around inadequate heat sources. The medieval understanding of disease as an imbalance of humors led to seasonal adjustments in diet and lifestyle intended to counteract winter's cold and wet qualities. Medical texts recommended warming foods, increased consumption of spices and wine, and reduced bathing during cold weather. Despite these precautions, winter mortality rates were consistently higher, particularly among the elderly and very young. The recurring challenge of winter hunger shaped much of medieval life. By late winter, food stores often ran dangerously low, creating a period known as the hungry gap that lasted until new crops became available in spring. Communities developed strategies to mitigate this predictable scarcity. Wild foods like early greens, bark bread, made from the inner bark of trees mixed with small amounts of flour, and normally unpalatable items became important dietary supplements. Fasting periods like Lent, which often coincided with the hungry gap, were reinterpreted as religious observances but had practical origins in food conservation. Winter's psychological impact should not be underestimated. The enforced isolation, darkness, and confinement created conditions that medieval people acknowledged as challenging to mental well-being. The concept of winter melancholy appears in medical and literary texts, describing symptoms similar to what modern medicine identifies as seasonal affective disorder. Communities countered these effects through deliberate social activities, gathering for work, storytelling, and religious observances that maintained human connection during the darkest months. Religious calendars reflected winter's challenges and hopes. The clustering of major festivals during winter months was not coincidental but served important psychological and social functions. Christmas, with its emphasis on light and celebration during the darkest days, originated partly from earlier pagan solstice observances. Candlemas, February 2nd, marked the strengthening return of light midway through winter. These celebrations provided psychological milestones, breaking the winter into manageable segments and offering communal experiences that counteracted isolation. The end of winter brought its own challenges. As temperatures fluctuated, snowmelt and spring rains created flooding that damaged structures, fields, and stored goods. Roads became quagmires of mud, sometimes even less passable than when frozen solid. The transition period often depleted remaining food stores while new crops were still months from harvest. Medieval communities developed specific rituals and practices for this precarious time, including religious processions seeking divine protection for spring planting and the ceremonial removal of winter's accumulated waste and debris from villages and towns. Winter's influence extended into medieval arts and literature. The season featured prominently in illuminated manuscripts depicting the labors of the months, where winter scenes showed indoor activities like processing wool or killing and preserving pigs. Folk songs, tales, and proverbs related to winter survival strategies preserved and transmitted essential knowledge across generations. Allegorical literature frequently employed winter imagery to represent hardship, death, or spiritual testing, while spring's arrival symbolized renewal and redemption. The repeated experience of winter hardship fostered certain cultural values that characterized medieval society. The necessity of advanced planning and delayed gratification reinforced the importance of prudence. Communal survival mechanisms strengthened social bonds and mutual obligations. The cyclical nature of seasonal challenges, which could be survived but never permanently overcome, aligned with Christian teachings about patiently enduring worldly trials. Winter, in many ways, served as both practical teacher and metaphorical framework for understanding life's larger struggles. By the late medieval period, technological innovations had begun to mitigate some of winter's harshest effects. Improvements in fireplace design increased heating efficiency while reducing smoke and fire hazards. Glass windows, though expensive, became more common in prosperous households, allowing light to enter while keeping cold air out. Advances in food preservation techniques, including more effective smoking and pickling methods, extended the life of stored provisions. These innovations, while significant, remained luxuries unavailable to most of the population until well after the medieval period ended. The medieval experience of winter reveals much about human adaptability and resilience. Faced with predictable but severe seasonal challenges, communities developed sophisticated responses that combined practical technologies, social structures, psychological coping mechanisms, and spiritual frameworks. The resulting winter cultures varied widely across regions but shared common elements: careful preparation, resource conservation, adjusted expectations, and maintained social bonds. These strategies allowed medieval Europeans not merely to survive winter but to incorporate its rhythms into the fundamental patterns of their lives and societies. The legacy of medieval winter adaptations persisted long after the period ended. Many traditional winter practices, from food preservation techniques to festivals marking the season's progression, continued essentially unchanged into the early modern era and beyond. Only with the Industrial Revolution and its resultant technologies, central heating, refrigeration, greenhouse agriculture, and modern transportation, did the experience of winter fundamentally change for most Europeans. Yet even today, echoes of medieval winter strategies and attitudes remain visible in cultural practices, regional cuisines, and seasonal celebrations across Europe. In examining how medieval communities faced winter's challenges, we gain insight not only into a specific historical period but into the broader human capacity for adapting to environmental constraints. The medieval experience of winter demonstrates how physical survival necessities shape cultural institutions, social structures, and even theological understandings. It reminds us that seemingly timeless cultural practices often have practical origins in the basic requirements of surviving seasonal extremes with pre-industrial technologies. Most importantly, it illustrates that human communities can develop sustainable, if imperfect, responses to recurring environmental challenges through accumulated knowledge, social cooperation, and cultural adaptation. In the harsh and often unforgiving climate of medieval Europe, shelter was far more than a luxury. It was an essential line of defense against nature's unrelenting force. For peasants living in marginal conditions and for lords in their stone fortresses, staying warm through long winters and damp, mist-filled seasons was a matter of ingenuity, adaptation, and survival. The homes people built and the way they lived inside them were shaped profoundly by the demands of climate. Throughout the Middle Ages, housing construction reflected an evolving understanding of heat retention, regional necessity, and technological experimentation. From the lowliest hovel to the humblest manor, a quiet revolution was underway in how warmth could be harvested, retained, and lived within. Medieval construction methods for common housing were built with efficiency and resourcefulness. One of the most prevalent methods was the use of wattle and daub, where pliable wooden rods were woven together to form a frame, then packed with a sticky composite of mud, straw, and sometimes animal dung. Once hardened by the sun or fire, this material created a dense wall that, surprisingly, retained warmth reasonably well. The daub acted as an insulator, shielding inhabitants from the cold winds while also absorbing and slowly releasing the heat generated from a central hearth. This construction technique was cost-effective and accessible, making it ideal for peasant families who needed to build shelter quickly with the materials available nearby. Roofs in these modest homes were typically thatched using straw, reeds, or heather. Thatched roofing was more than just a rustic touch, it had impressive thermal qualities. The tightly packed, naturally hollow materials formed a thick barrier against the elements. Not only did thatch keep the cold out, but it also helped retain heat generated inside. Some builders added an extra layer of moss, clay, or even turf beneath the thatch to provide additional protection from the wind and rain. This rudimentary but effective roofing created a warm canopy under which entire households could gather, sleep, cook, and weather the seasons. The walls and ceilings, while structurally critical, were only part of the equation. Medieval builders were acutely aware of their environment. The orientation of a home was often calculated to maximize exposure to sunlight. South-facing walls were prized for their light and warmth, and when small windows were incorporated into peasant homes, they were placed strategically to allow in sunlight during the day while minimizing heat loss at night. The size of the windows was also a factor. Glass was expensive and rare, so windows were often tiny and covered with oiled cloth, wooden shutters, or animal horn, all of which helped limit drafts and retain indoor heat. Floors were usually made of packed earth, which, while not ideal for insulation, could be made more tolerable with some practical additions. Straw or rushes were commonly scattered across the ground, providing a buffer against the cold and mud. In some wealthier homes, wooden floorboards were introduced, elevating the living surface above the cold ground and allowing for slightly improved warmth and cleanliness. However, even the humblest homes might benefit from these rudimentary enhancements, such as laying rugs made from animal skins or layering reeds for comfort and insulation. Housing styles varied significantly across regions, influenced by local resources, climate, and cultural traditions. In England and across much of Northern Europe, the most common rural dwelling was the longhouse. These structures served a dual purpose, housing both people and livestock under a single roof. In the colder months, animals would be brought indoors, often occupying one end of the structure, separated by a low wall or wooden partition. Their body heat radiated into the living quarters, helping to keep the space warm during freezing nights. This arrangement not only made practical use of available warmth but also reflected the deeply interwoven relationship between peasants and their animals. In France and the Low Countries, peasants sometimes built more solid homes using cob, a mixture of clay, sand, straw, and water, which hardened into thick, durable walls. These materials retained heat well and provided strong wind protection. In coastal or marshy areas, builders adapted their techniques to resist dampness, raising homes on stone footings and designing them to allow for drainage. Some regions built homes partially sunk into the earth, using the thermal mass of the soil to stabilize internal temperatures. In Germany and the Alpine regions, where winters were long and severe, homes were often constructed from heavy timber or stone, with steeply pitched roofs designed to shed snow efficiently. Walls in these areas were thick, sometimes several feet deep, and the homes included low ceilings and small windows to minimize heat loss. In particularly mountainous terrain, homes featured overhanging eaves and balconies that offered shelter from snowfall and storage for firewood. Swiss and Austrian chalets exemplified this architectural wisdom, designed to resist the cold and trap warmth within. In the Iberian Peninsula, where summers could be searing and winters still brisk, homes were usually made of stone or adobe. Their thick walls served dual purposes, cooling interiors during the hot months and insulating against chill in the colder season. Some homes were whitewashed to reflect summer heat, while indoor fireplaces provided warmth during the cooler parts of the year. Even in these regions, maximizing thermal comfort remained a central concern. Interior arrangements played a crucial role in maintaining warmth, particularly in one-room or two-room homes where every bit of heat mattered. In most peasant homes, the hearth stood at the center of life. Early medieval hearths were simple open fire pits, often built directly on the floor in the middle of the room. Smoke rose through a louver or a hole in the roof, and though the interiors remained smoky and dark, the central fire allowed heat to radiate outward, warming all corners of the home. The efficiency of heating was further enhanced by the multifunctional nature of medieval interiors. Homes were often organized with maximum heat retention in mind. Families cooked, ate, slept, and socialized in the same room, allowing the warmth from the fire to reach everyone. Sleeping arrangements were particularly strategic. Families would sleep close together, often with parents and children sharing beds or sleeping in tight quarters under thick woolen blankets or fur coverings. In colder regions, box beds, enclosed wooden sleeping compartments, became popular. These small, closable compartments retained body heat and shielded sleepers from drafts, functioning much like a cocoon within the larger room. Wall coverings also contributed to warmth. In slightly wealthier homes, tapestries or woven cloths were hung on walls to reduce drafts and offer insulation. Heavy curtains sometimes divided the interior into zones, creating smaller spaces that were easier to keep warm. Draped beds, with thick curtains around the frame, allowed occupants to create a warm microclimate in otherwise cold rooms. Over time, more advanced heating features began to emerge. The fireplace and chimney represented a transformative leap in medieval domestic design. Initially, chimneys were rare and limited to castles or wealthier estates, but their advantages soon spread. By the 12th century, early versions of wall-mounted fireplaces began to appear, particularly in the homes of the nobility. These fireplaces featured hoods or canopies that directed smoke toward a wall flue, allowing it to escape through an opening above. This not only reduced indoor smoke but also allowed fires to be placed against a wall, freeing up valuable floor space. As masonry techniques improved, so did the sophistication of chimneys. By the 13th and 14th centuries, the chimney had evolved into a vertical shaft, allowing for efficient ventilation and greatly reducing the risk of smoke inhalation and soot buildup. This development dramatically improved air quality inside the home and enabled the use of multiple fireplaces throughout multi-story buildings. Flues were constructed to guide smoke upward while retaining as much heat as possible. Chimneys became integrated features of homes, both functional and symbolic, indicating a level of domestic comfort and social standing. Some builders began experimenting with baffles and vents to control the airflow through chimneys, optimizing the draw and minimizing heat loss. In larger homes and urban residences, fireplaces were stacked between floors, with flues running in parallel or merging into a single chimney stack. This allowed the same vertical space to heat multiple rooms, bringing a new level of efficiency to domestic heating. Though these innovations were slow to reach the countryside, they eventually filtered down in simpler forms. the impact of these heating innovations went beyond mere warmth. They altered the layout of homes, encouraged the development of separate rooms, and offered new possibilities for privacy and comfort. The hearth was no longer just a fire in the center of a shared room. It became a focal point around which life was organized. Storytelling, work, meals, and rest all took place near the fireplace, and its warm glow became a symbol of security and unity within the home. By the end of the medieval period, the evolution of housing had significantly enhanced the ability of Europeans to endure harsh winters and unpredictable climates. Though most peasant homes remained humble by modern standards, their design reflected centuries of accumulated wisdom about materials, positioning, construction, and use. Whether it was the quiet warmth of a central fire, the insulating embrace of a thatched roof, or the ingenuity of early chimneys, medieval builders worked with their environment rather than against it. Shelter in the Middle Ages was not merely a structure of walls and roofs. It was a living space, a place of warmth and resilience, shaped by the daily battle against cold and wind. In every beam, every stone, and every hearth lay the legacy of people determined to make comfort possible with what they had, transforming necessity into a subtle art of survival. As winter descended and the days shortened into long stretches of pale, silvery light, the hearth transformed into the beating heart of every home. In pre-industrial societies across the world, warmth was neither a guarantee nor a convenience. It was a carefully earned comfort, won through knowledge passed from one generation to the next, through rhythms of gathering, storing, burning, and tending. Keeping the home fires burning was a task that began well before the first frost and endured until the thaw of spring. It was a central ritual of winter survival and domestic continuity. Fuel gathering was a year-round concern, but as summer waned and the golden harvest drew to a close, preparations for the cold grew more urgent. In wooded regions, families turned their attention to felling trees, chopping branches, and splitting logs. Wood was the most accessible and widely used fuel source in many parts of the world. It came in many forms: hardwoods like oak, ash, and beech, valued for their long, hot burn; softer woods such as pine and birch, easier to light but quicker to consume. Dryness was crucial. Greenwood smoked and hissed, wasting energy in fouling chimneys with creosote. The drying process, or seasoning, was an act of foresight and patience. Logs were stacked in neat, airy piles beneath overhangs, often against stone walls to absorb and reflect the sun's heat. The knowledge of how much wood a household needed for a winter varied by climate and dwelling size, but even a small home could consume several cords over the season. Misjudging this supply could mean hardship or even death in regions where snow would soon make foraging impossible. In parts of the British Isles and Northern Europe, peat served as a vital alternative. Cut from bogs during the drier months, peat was a form of ancient, partially decomposed vegetation compressed over millennia into dense, dark sods. These were lifted from the earth in blocks with specially designed tools, then dried on flat racks or grassy banks under the summer sun. Peat burned more slowly and with less flame than wood, producing a distinctive earthy scent that became synonymous with rural life in Ireland and Scotland. Though less intense in heat output, it was often the only viable option in treeless regions, and generations learned the craft of cutting, stacking, and storing it with as much reverence as any carpenter with his axe and hatchet. Coal, introduced gradually into domestic use from the Middle Ages onward, brought its own set of changes. Once considered the fuel of industry and blacksmiths, coal found a home in urban households, especially during the 18th and 19th centuries as forests were depleted and city populations swelled. It burned hotter and longer than wood or peat, ideal for keeping houses warm through the bitter nights. Yet coal required chimneys to be regularly swept and grates to be managed carefully, for the soot and ash were thick and the fumes potentially deadly. The smoky haze that hung over industrial cities like London during winter was a reminder of its omnipresence. Within homes, the switch from wood to coal altered the very architecture of hearths and chimneys. Grates became deeper, ventilation improved, and fireguards evolved to accommodate this denser, heavier fuel. In areas where neither wood, peat, nor coal were readily available, especially in arid regions, people turned to what nature provided: dung. Dried animal dung, often from cows or camels, formed a surprisingly efficient source of heat. In parts of Central Asia, North Africa, and even parts of rural India, dung was collected, shaped into patties or bricks, and laid in the sun to dry. Though the idea may seem unappealing to modern sensibilities, dung fuel burned cleanly and evenly, and in many communities, it was respected as a renewable and indispensable resource. It was an egalitarian fuel, free, abundant, and accessible to all, regardless of wealth. Women and children often took responsibility for collecting and shaping it, embedding this act into the daily rhythms of domestic labor. Whatever the fuel source, fire maintenance was a skill honed through routine and ritual. Fire was not merely started, it was nurtured, coaxed into life at dawn and sustained through the day and night. In many households, the fire was never allowed to go out entirely. Embers were banked each evening before sleep, covered in ash to smother the oxygen and preserve their glow until morning. With the sunrise, the ashes would be gently stirred, a few dry twigs laid carefully, and breath or bellows applied until the orange sparks leapt again into flame. This continuity of fire was both symbolic and practical. A cold hearth meant time wasted and energy spent reigniting, often with flint and tinder, or in some cases, by borrowing fire from a neighbor. Children learned early how to build a fire, how to recognize the right kindling, how to stack wood for airflow, how to listen for the crackle that meant it was alive. Firelight was teacher and companion. Grandmothers taught the younger ones not just how to cook over the flames but how to read them, to know whether a fire was too hot or too low, whether it needed feeding or rest. Every region developed its own techniques. Some homes used iron grates or clay braziers, others kept open hearths with fires built directly on the ground or stone floor. In colder regions, enclosed stoves, such as the Russian pechka or the German Kachelofen, were engineered to retain heat and slowly release it over hours, their surfaces warm to the touch and ideal for both drying wet clothes and warming chilled bodies. Traditions around fire maintenance often took on ceremonial or spiritual dimensions. In many cultures, the hearth was a sacred space. In ancient Rome, the goddess Vesta watched over the fire. Her priestesses, the Vestal Virgins, kept the eternal flame burning in her temple as a symbol of the city's life and protection. In Slavic households, The domovoi, a household spirit, was believed to reside near the hearth, watching over the family and requiring occasional offerings left near the flames. Even in Christian Europe, blessings were said over new fires at Easter, and the first fire lit in a new home might be accompanied by prayers for health and abundance. The hearth was not only the source of warmth but the central gathering place. It was here that meals were prepared, stories told, songs sung, and silence shared. The fire was comfort, and its light cast shadows that danced across faces and walls. Around it, families huddled during storms, keeping watch over each other, knitting, whittling, repairing tools, or simply dreaming. The heat from the fire was used not only to cook but to preserve food, to heat water for bathing, to dry herbs, and to keep infants and the elderly safe from the chill. The daily labor of tending fire became the rhythm of domestic life, a constant counterpoint to the cold pressing against the windows. Even the ashes held value. They were collected to clean cloth, scrub floors, or enrich gardens. Lye, a key ingredient in soap making, was derived from hardwood ashes and water. Nothing was wasted. The fire was cyclical in its offerings: warmth, light, sustenance, and the raw materials for cleanliness and growth. This unassuming alchemy, repeated daily across homes and centuries, stitched households into the broader tapestry of human resilience. When visitors came during the frozen months, the first gesture of hospitality was always a place by the fire. It was an instinctive kindness, part tradition, part survival. Travelers thawed their hands beside strangers, and the fire made kin of all. Marriage customs, birth rituals, and mourning practices often took place in the firelight's flicker. In some traditions, embers from a family hearth were carried to the new home of a bride, symbolizing continuity and the creation of a new sanctuary. As industrialization advanced and new technologies emerged, the hearth gradually lost its centrality. Gas heaters, radiators, and electric stoves replaced open flames. Yet even as its practical role diminished, the image of the hearth retained its symbolic weight. It endured in language, in phrases like hearth and home, or keeping the home fires burning, as a reminder of a slower, more intimate domesticity. The memory of the hearth lives on in architecture, in the cherished fireplace at the center of many homes, still decorated at Christmas, still lit for atmosphere, still a place where people naturally gather. To keep the fire burning through the long winter months was an act of endurance and affection. It demanded labor, yes, but also awareness, timing, and reverence. In a world shaped by cold and darkness, it was the fire that anchored each home, a quiet miracle of heat and light, repeating its humble magic through centuries of snowbound nights. In the medieval period, the quest to stay warm was more than a matter of comfort, it was a vital necessity for survival. With the harsh realities of winter, particularly in the colder northern regions of Europe, medieval people had to develop sophisticated clothing technologies to protect themselves from the elements. Clothing, in this context, was not just a matter of style or social standing, but a life-sustaining tool that required an intricate understanding of materials and how to combine them to form an insulating barrier against the cold. Medieval clothing was primarily made from natural materials that were abundant and practical for the time: wool, linen, leather, and fur. Wool was the most essential fabric in the medieval wardrobe, renowned for its ability to trap heat even when wet. Its use extended from simple tunics to the more complex layered garments that were required for protection against the chill of winter. Wool fibers have an innate structure that allows them to retain heat, a property that made woolen garments indispensable for colder climates. Linen, on the other hand, was often used for undergarments and as a base layer for warmth. Though not as insulative as wool, linen's ability to absorb moisture helped in managing sweat and keeping the wearer dry. Leather was another important material, favored for its durability and the protective qualities it offered in various weather conditions. In northern Europe, where winters could be long and bitter, fur became a valued commodity for garments designed to offer even greater warmth, particularly cloaks and lined hoods. Medieval clothing, especially for those living in regions prone to severe winters, was characterized by layers. The idea of layering as a way to maintain warmth was a concept understood and employed by medieval people long before it became fashionable in modern times. At the base level, individuals wore simple tunics, often made of wool or linen. Over this, they would add layers of heavier garments depending on the severity of the cold. These could include a thicker woolen gown or cloak, and a fur-lined overcoat for added insulation. Cloaks and mantles, often fastened with a brooch or clasp, were essential pieces of winter attire, providing not only warmth but also protection from wind and snow. These garments were typically worn over other clothing and could be thrown over the shoulder or wrapped tightly to shield the wearer from the cold. Specialized winter garments, particularly those worn in colder climates, often featured elements that further enhanced their insulation. One such garment was the surcoat, a loose outer garment that could be worn over armor or as a standalone piece for protection against the elements. These garments were often made from heavy wool or furs and were designed to cover the entire body. In the Nordic and Slavic regions, fur-lined hoods and cloaks were common, offering both warmth and mobility for those who had to endure long hours outside in sub-zero temperatures. Leather gloves and boots, sometimes lined with fur or stuffed with wool, were essential for protecting the extremities, which were most vulnerable to frostbite and extreme cold. For those in positions of wealth or power, clothing could also become a symbol of status. While the common folk relied on simple woolen garments for warmth, the nobility often wore coats and cloaks of richly dyed furs such as sable, marten, and fox. These furs were not just symbols of status but were also extremely effective at keeping warmth in. The layers of fur were not only luxurious but offered superior insulation compared to the wool or linen garments of the lower classes. The fur-lined cloaks, mantles, and hats of the medieval elite were often designed with functionality in mind as well, with hoods and thick collars to cover the head and neck, which are key areas of heat loss. In addition to the materials themselves, medieval people also employed various techniques to make their clothing more effective in the winter months. For example, the art of quilting was well known during the medieval period. Quilted garments, often made of wool or linen, consisted of 2 layers of fabric sewn together with a layer of insulation, typically wool or feathers, in between. This technique was used in a variety of garments, including padded tunics, jackets, and even armor. The quilting not only provided warmth but also added an element of protection from the harsh elements. Quilted garments were particularly useful in colder regions, where the insulation helped to retain body heat even in the harshest conditions. Regional variations in cold weather dress were marked by differences in both the materials available and the local customs. In the British Isles, for example, the damp, chilly climate meant that wool was the fabric of choice, particularly for layers designed to combat the wetness of rain. Woolen garments such as the kirtle, a long gown worn by women, and hauberk, a chainmail shirt worn by men, were essential for protection. The Vikings, whose influence stretched across northern Europe, also wore woolen tunics and leather boots, often supplemented by thick, fur-lined cloaks for additional warmth. The Scandinavian tradition of layering, including furs and wool, became entrenched in their culture, and their clothing techniques influenced neighboring regions, particularly in the colder northern territories. The economics of staying warm were complex and depended largely on the resources available to an individual or household. For the common people, staying warm was a matter of necessity, and clothing had to be practical, durable, and affordable. Wool was the most common and cost-effective material, as it was both readily available and easy to work with. However, the production of wool required a significant investment of time and labor, from the shearing of sheep to the spinning of yarn and the weaving of fabric. For many, the time and effort required to produce wool garments meant that clothing had to be carefully maintained and passed down through generations. Furs, by contrast, were expensive and often reserved for the wealthier classes. They were imported from northern regions or acquired through trade, making them a rare and luxurious commodity. The economics of warmth were also influenced by the climate in which a person lived. In regions where winters were particularly harsh, such as the northern parts of Europe or the mountainous areas of the Alps, clothing had to be of the highest quality to ensure survival. In these areas, the production and use of wool and fur were essential for the protection of the population. The demand for warm clothing created a thriving market for woolen and fur garments, with workshops specializing in the manufacture of these goods. Local economies were often built around the production of these essential materials, with the sale of wool, leather, and fur providing an important source of income for many medieval households. In contrast, in warmer climates, where winters were milder, clothing was simpler and less focused on warmth. Linen and cotton were the preferred materials for clothing in these regions, as they were breathable and comfortable in the heat. However, even in these areas, the wealthy often used heavier materials for special occasions or to demonstrate their social standing. The concept of layering, while still present, was less pronounced in these regions, as the threat of extreme cold was not as prevalent. In conclusion, the medieval approach to clothing, particularly in the winter months, was deeply tied to the materials available, the climate, and the social structure of the time. The layering of clothing, the use of wool, linen, leather, and fur, and the development of specialized garments all played a role in ensuring that medieval people could survive the harsh conditions of winter. For those living in colder regions, the economics of staying warm created an industry centered around the production and trade of wool, furs, and leather. The wealthier classes, with access to luxurious materials, wore garments that were not only practical but also served as symbols of status. Ultimately, the quest for warmth in the medieval period was a complex balance of necessity, skill, and resourcefulness, with layers of fabric providing the protection needed to face the long, cold winters. As the world slipped into the long shadows of winter, and the days drew ever shorter, human survival depended not only on food and shelter but on the ability to rest and rejuvenate despite the biting cold. Sleep, in its delicate balance between vulnerability and necessity, became a domain shaped as much by environmental hardship as by cultural ingenuity. Across centuries and civilizations, the art of sleeping through the cold evolved into a tapestry of bed designs, warming rituals, and deeply held attitudes about the night, a season within a season. In pre-modern Europe, the bed was more than a place of repose, it was a fortress against the cold. Medieval beds were typically high off the ground, not for aesthetic reasons, but to escape drafts that slid along the floor. The wealthier classes often had grand, four-poster beds with thick curtains, designed to enclose warmth and provide privacy in shared chambers. These bed curtains, far from ornamental, were essential barriers against the chill. The bed itself was layered with straw-filled mattresses or feather beds, topped by woolen blankets, animal skins, and sometimes even fur covers. People would burrow into these piles, often fully clothed, to ward off the night's frost. In rural cottages, sleeping arrangements were less elaborate but equally strategic. Simple wooden frames were packed with hay or rushes, with coarse linen sheets and woven woolen blankets providing the primary insulation. Communal sleeping was a common and practical approach in many regions. In cold climates, families, and sometimes guests, slept together, not only for companionship but for the sharing of body heat. In Scandinavian countries and parts of Eastern Europe, where winters could be especially harsh, beds were often built into the walls, semi-enclosed like cupboards, to trap warmth. The Dutch bed's a kind of sleeping cupboard with doors or curtains, provided insulation and privacy in one compact unit. Even in 18th and 19th century American frontier homes, children would sleep several to a bed, sometimes with heated stones or wrapped bricks placed under the covers to fend off the deep cold. Warming the body in the bed before sleep was a nightly ritual of vital importance. The hearth, still glowing from the evening meal, was the heart of this process. Hot coals were often scooped into metal or ceramic bed warmers, pans with long handles and lids perforated for airflow, and run between the sheets to banish the initial shock of cold linen. In some households, large flat stones were heated in the fire and wrapped in cloth before being placed at the foot of the bed. These would retain warmth for hours, offering a small oasis of heat beneath the heavy covers. In wealthier homes, brass or copper warming pans might be elaborately decorated, passed down as family heirlooms, while in humbler abodes, the tools were simpler but no less cherished. Heated soapstones, bricks, or even water-filled glass bottles were pressed into service. People would also wear bedclothes, nightcaps, long woolen stockings, mittens, and even scarves, to conserve body heat during sleep. The nightcap, often associated with Dickensian imagery, was not mere costume but essential attire to prevent heat loss from the head. sleep itself took on different forms in winter. In many pre-industrial societies, people experienced what is now called segmented or biphasic sleep. During the long winter nights, it was common for people to sleep in two phases: an initial period of rest, followed by an hour or two of wakefulness in the middle of the night, and then a second sleep until dawn. This interlude was used for prayer, quiet conversation, tending to the fire, or even writing by candlelight. The length of winter nights allowed for this expanded pattern, which was not considered insomnia but a natural rhythm aligned with seasonal darkness. The cultural view of sleep in winter varied across regions, shaped by climate, tradition, and spiritual beliefs. In agrarian societies, the winter season was naturally associated with rest and dormancy. Just as the earth lay fallow, so too did people withdraw, turning inward both physically and spiritually. Sleep was seen as a time of restoration and protection, a necessary counterbalance to the labor of the growing seasons. Religious and folkloric traditions often imbued winter nights with a sense of mystery and reverence. In some European cultures, the long nights were thought to thin the veil between the worlds of the living and the dead, and sleep was seen as a liminal space where dreams could carry warnings or blessings. The darkness, while feared by some, was also embraced as a time of quiet reflection and familial closeness. In monastic communities, winter sleep was carefully regimented, aligned with canonical hours and spiritual discipline. Even in the coldest monasteries, the monks' daily schedule required rising in the early hours for prayer, regardless of the temperature. Their cells were Spartan, sometimes unheated, and beds were little more than planks with woolen covers. Yet, these hardships were embraced as acts of devotion and simplicity. Across the northern indigenous communities, such as the Sami of Scandinavia or Inuit peoples of the Arctic, winter sleep was harmonized with the broader cycles of nature. These groups, well accustomed to extreme cold, used insulated shelters like tents or igloos, where the body's heat and tightly arranged sleeping quarters created microclimates of warmth. Reindeer hides, caribou skins, and layered furs formed sleeping pallets that provided exceptional insulation. The cultural understanding of sleep in these contexts was holistic. It was integrated into the rhythms of hunting, daylight scarcity, and communal life. The transition from the deep comfort of winter sleep to the cold reality of morning was a trial in itself. For many, rising before dawn meant braving a bedroom turned icy overnight. In the absence of central heating, frost might glisten on the inside of windows, and breath would puff visibly in the air. Reigniting the hearth was often the first and most urgent task, and one typically assigned to a household member, sometimes the mother or the eldest child, who would rise early to coax the embers back to life or strike new flames from flint and steel. In wealthier homes, a servant might rise first to warm the chamber or prepare hot drinks. The transition from sleep to wakefulness was often gradual. People would stretch beneath the covers, talk softly with one another, and slowly dress beneath the blankets or beside the fire. Night clothes would be exchanged for day garments only once a room had warmed sufficiently. In some regions, the ritual of morning tea or broth, taken while still in bed, softened the shock of cold air. The act of getting out of bed during winter was not taken lightly. It was often a communal effort, undertaken with patience and a shared sense of endurance. In colder months, time moved differently. The urgency of early rising was often less pronounced in agrarian settings where snow covered the fields and much outdoor labor paused. People adapted to the darkness, and the pace of life became slower, more deliberate. Winter mornings, while demanding, were also moments of stillness and introspection, often accompanied by the sound of wind rattling shutters or the creak of ice on rooftops. The intimate relationship between humans and their sleep during winter speaks to a broader theme of adaptation and resilience. Every culture, every community found ways to transform the harshest season into one of inward retreat and shared warmth. Sleep, far from being a passive state, became an active negotiation with the cold, a dance between fire and frost, solitude and kinship, silence and dreaming. Whether in a curtained bed in a medieval manor or a fur-lined nook in a snow-covered shelter, winter's sleep was never merely a necessity. It was a profound and vital part of surviving, and even thriving, through the darkest months of the year. As the last golden leaves drifted to the forest floor and the landscape hardened beneath a crust of frost, the people of earlier centuries faced winter not with dread, but with solemn preparedness. The onset of cold was not merely a change of weather, it was a pivot of survival. The summer's abundance was now behind them, and what lay ahead was a season of scarcity, endurance, and ingenuity. With snow piling high upon the thatch roofs and the fields lying barren under ice, the only nourishment that could sustain life was what had been laid away in time. Winter's larder, therefore, was not simply a place, it was a philosophy, a seasonal mindset that touched every aspect of rural and village life. Preservation of food for the cold months was one of humanity's earliest and most essential innovations. Before the invention of refrigeration, every region developed techniques to extend the life of food beyond its natural season. In the highlands of northern Europe, smoke curled constantly from low stone cottages, trailing into the crisp air as hams and sausages hung from blackened beams above the hearth. Smoking was not only a flavorful indulgence, it was a chemical shield, infusing meat with compounds that slowed decay. Salting served a similar purpose. From Baltic fishermen to Mediterranean merchants, salt was a lifeline. Fish such as cod and herring were salted and dried until they became stiff as boards, lasting through the darkest months and rehydrated in stews or grilled by firelight. Pickling too was a widespread art. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, and onions were submerged in vinegar brines, often spiced with mustard seeds or peppercorns to ward off mold and add sharpness to otherwise bland fare. In Eastern Europe, cabbages were sliced and layered with salt in heavy barrels, fermenting over weeks into tangy sauerkraut. This fermented food, rich in vitamin C, unknowingly combated scurvy and other deficiencies. Fruits, harder to preserve, were often transformed into thick preserves or leathery sheets of dried sweetness. Apple slices were strung like garlands near the hearth, gently drying over weeks, while plums and cherries were turned into dense pastes that could be cut and savored sparingly. The root cellar became the winter stomach of the household. Dug deep into the earth, often lined with stone, these spaces maintained a steady, cool humidity that allowed certain crops to rest in a kind of suspended animation. Potatoes, parsnips, beets, and turnips were layered with straw or sand to keep them from touching, which could spark rot. Squashes with thick rinds could last well into the new year if kept dry and cool. Apples, certain tart, late-season varieties, could also endure, exhaling ethylene gas slowly as they aged, sweetening subtly with time. But food was not merely fuel in these months of cold. It was warmth, memory, and ritual. Special dishes marked the festivals that punctuated the long winter. The midwinter feasts, whether Yule, Christmas, or Saturnalia, were often centered around the best preserved meats, the richest breads, the final stores of last season's wine or ale. In Scandinavian homesteads, butter cookies flavored with cardamom were pressed into flower patterns and shared with neighbors. In alpine villages, lentil stews thickened with marrow bones were served by firelight as the snow fell in muffled silence beyond the window. Winter also brought an increase in caloric need, and with it, a heavier diet. The cold drew energy from the body faster, and physical labor, wood chopping, animal tending, fire tending, did not pause for weather. Fat became a treasured element. Lard was rendered from pigs in great cauldrons after the autumn slaughter, then stored in stone crocks or wooden tubs, ready to be used in everything from cooking to sealing jars. Dairy, if the cows continued to give milk, was churned into butter or hard cheese that could be stored for months. The caloric density of winter food reflected the struggle of the season, a struggle not just against hunger, but against a creeping exhaustion, a fatigue of both body and spirit. By late winter, the stores began to dwindle. The sausages hung limply, smaller now from months of quiet taking. The barrels of grain echoed hollow, and the roots began to soften or sprout. This was the season of hunger, not always of starvation, but of thinness. Scarcity had a way of becoming a kind of rhythm, a slow subtraction that taught caution and gratitude. Households grew more frugal with portions. Stews were stretched with more water and fewer chunks of meat. Bones were boiled, then reboiled, their last marrow scraped and stirred with whatever greens might be coaxed from a windowsill pot or gathered from beneath the snow. In these leanest months, February into March, a curious thing happened: food became even more sacred. The planning for spring had begun, but the warmth had not yet returned. Seed grain was guarded like treasure, not to be eaten even if hunger gnawed. What was left in the larder was used with care, often accompanied by prayers or quiet hope. Communities leaned on one another in this time. Shared bread, a pot passed between homes, the kindness of a neighbor with a jar of pickled eggs or a loaf of dark rye. These gestures were not merely kind, they were acts of survival and social glue. This season of frugality was also a season of reflection. While the fields slept and the tools hung still on pegs in the barn, families gathered around the hearth and relied on stories, songs, and the humble comfort of hot food to carry them through the weight of winter's silence. Bread became darker and coarser, made from barley, rye, or even chestnut flour if wheat had long since run out. In some regions, acorns were ground into meal, soaked to remove bitterness, and baked into flat, bitter loaves. These were not delicacies but emblems of endurance. Every culture had its winter staples, simple, earthy meals that signified survival more than pleasure. Porridges made from oats or millet bubbled in pots from dawn to dusk, laced with drippings or a splash of milk, sometimes with a few raisins or nuts if they remained. Beans and lentils, long-lasting and protein-rich, were cooked slowly into thick soups, often seasoned with little more than salt or a hint of garlic from the braided bulbs that hung near the chimney. In the more isolated settlements of mountain or tundra, preservation required even more creativity. The Inuit, for example, mastered the storage of fish and sea mammals in ice and stone caches, fermenting meats intentionally in pits for consumption during months when fresh hunting was impossible. Farther south, in Slavic regions, families carved large ice blocks from frozen lakes to create makeshift freezers, storing slabs of meat in containers of milk beneath the ice to last until thaw. In the Japanese Alps, miso and pickled vegetables were life-saving winter staples, served with steamed rice and small amounts of preserved fish, wrapped carefully in straw to protect against moisture. Wherever winter reigned, foodways adapted. And as necessity honed these traditions, they began to accumulate the gravity of ritual and the flavor of memory. Children would watch as their elders measured out the remaining flour or peeled the last stored apples, learning not only the recipes but the unwritten rules of seasonal wisdom. The idea that some things should be saved, that others must be shared, that certain days called for a sweet even if the cupboards were nearly bare, these were lessons passed in practice, not words. Food became a language of care and continuity. A pie made from rehydrated dried fruits might appear on a bitter February day, not because there was plenty, but because there was love. The scarcity of late winter brought also a heightened attentiveness to health. Without fresh greens or fruits, people turned to what they had: nettles that emerged in the earliest thaw, bitter herbs gathered beneath melting snowbanks, or the precious stores of fermented foods rich in gut-saving microbes. The turning point between deprivation and abundance was sharpest in these weeks. The spring equinox loomed on the horizon, but the earth remained stubbornly cold, and hunger no longer knocked softly. It was then that many historical communities observed fasting seasons, such as Lent, not only as spiritual discipline but as pragmatic necessity. The religious calendar, intertwined so deeply with the agricultural cycle, offered both an explanation for scarcity and a structure for coping with it. Denial became sanctified, turning hardship into purpose, and communal suffering into shared resilience. In monasteries, this period of leanness was embraced with solemnity. Monks subsisted on the simplest fare: gruel, black bread, perhaps an egg on Sundays. But these same communities had often become masters of food storage and preservation. Monastic cellars held wheels of aged cheese, racks of cured fish, and rows of clay pots filled with stored legumes. Knowledge of crop rotation, drying methods, and even early greenhouse techniques sometimes gave religious institutions an agricultural advantage, allowing them to offer charity or trade in times when peasant larders had grown skeletal. Still, even among the better prepared, the waning of winter was a trial. In households where a miscalculation had been made, where a barrel had rotted unnoticed, or mice had infiltrated the grain, these final weeks could grow desperate. People turned to foraging, searching beneath snowdrifts for frozen berries or chewing the inner bark of trees. There are accounts in early modern Europe of soups made from boiled shoe leather and starches scraped from linen. In more remote or impoverished regions, Famine could take root with terrifying speed, and spring did not guarantee relief unless the early plantings flourished. Yet even amid this stark reality, the human spirit found ways to celebrate and endure. Festivals such as Candlemas in early February, or Maslenitsa in Slavic lands, honored the turning of the season. These moments were marked with foods that stretched the last of the stores, a final burst of rich eating before fasting began, or pancakes made with the very last of the eggs and butter. These feasts were not careless indulgences, but deliberate acts of hope. They honored both the past labor that had filled the larder and the coming thaw that would, with luck, begin to refill it. Throughout all this, fire remained central, not only for cooking, but for preserving the fragile balance between warmth and decay. The hearth was the heart of winter's survival. Ashes were saved and reused to scrub pots or help render lye for soap. Embers were carefully banked overnight to avoid the need to strike a flint on cold mornings. Around the fire, people dried boots, told stories, toasted crusts of bread, and warmed broth for the sick. The fire was a constant companion to the winter kitchen, and in its light the memory of spring was kept alive. As March turned to April and the first green shoots pushed through the thawing soil, the contents of the larder changed. What had been the last defense against winter's hunger now became a supplement to fresh shoots, eggs, and eventually the first early milk. The diet lightened slowly, but the lessons of winter lingered. There was no throwing away of what remained in the cellars. The pickled onions were still welcome on the plate, the last carrots still chopped into soup. Gratitude did not fade with the frost. Winter's larder was more than a place where food was kept, it was a crucible of culture, teaching patience, foresight, and reverence. In surviving the winter, communities strengthened their bond not only to each other, but to the rhythms of the natural world. They learned the taste of time, of scarcity, of planning, and of resilience. Through salted fish and smoked meat, through pickled roots and dried fruits, through broth made from bones and bread from grain stored with care, humanity wove a season of deprivation into a tradition of endurance and meaning. And when the new crops ripened and the markets filled once again, the memory of the larder, quiet, dark, and sustaining, remained, a silent promise renewed each year with the first snowfall. In the demanding rhythm of early agrarian life, survival was rarely an individual endeavor. The very essence of rural existence depended on the strength of communal ties, the mutual support of neighbors, and the shared labor that transformed isolated households into resilient villages. This collective spirit defined not only how people survived but how they made sense of their place in the world. Life in these communities was marked by an intricate web of interdependence, where labor, care, tradition, and faith wove together to ensure that each member of society had a role to play and a place to belong. Collective labor stood at the heart of agrarian society. Few tasks, particularly those vital for sustenance, could be accomplished alone. From the earliest planting in the thaw of spring to the final sheaves gathered in the fading light of autumn, the agricultural calendar was a communal one. Fields were plowed not by solitary men, but often by teams of neighbors working together in rotation. Oxen and plowshares were shared among families who could not afford them on their own. The sowing of seed, a seemingly simple task, was transformed into a coordinated dance of effort and timing, with groups of villagers moving from one plot to the next, ensuring that no one was left behind. The harvest, too, brought people together in swells of activity, with entire families, women, children, the elderly, all participating in the gathering and storing of food. In these moments, the land itself seemed to draw the community together, offering both sustenance and solidarity. The importance of such shared labor extended beyond the fields. Communal mills processed grain, and collective baking days allowed several households to make use of a single oven, conserving precious fuel and time. In forested regions, timber gathering was coordinated to provide enough firewood for all, while also preserving the shared resource of the woodland. In fishing villages, nets were mended and boats repaired by many hands, not just those who cast lines into the sea. These cooperative efforts were not just practical, they were ceremonial in their own right, reaffirming the bonds that kept a community whole. The reward for such labor was not only a full storehouse but a deep sense of mutual reliance, of knowing that when hardship came, as it inevitably did, no one would face it alone. Integral to this structure of collective labor was the care for the most vulnerable among them. Every society, no matter how strong its agricultural output or how well structured its defenses against nature, counted among its members those who could not contribute in the same way: the very old, the very young, the ill, the disabled, and sometimes, the widowed or orphaned. In a world where survival depended so heavily on one's ability to work, those unable to do so might have been abandoned in less compassionate systems. But in many early communities, the vulnerable were folded into the fabric of daily life with remarkable generosity. Elderly members of the community, though no longer able to labor in the fields or forests, were repositories of wisdom. Their knowledge of planting cycles, weather patterns, herbal medicine, and folklore was deeply valued. They often became teachers to the young, keepers of stories, and arbiters of disputes. Their presence added a sense of continuity and stability, grounding the present in the accumulated knowledge of the past. The sick and disabled were not merely cared for out of obligation, but often seen as possessing spiritual insight or unique roles in communal life. Whether they tended hearths, crafted small goods, or simply served as reminders of the fragility and interdependence of life, they were rarely left without a place. Children, too, were cherished beyond their future labor potential. Though they were certainly expected to work from a young age, their development was often communal. A child belonged not only to a mother or father but to the village at large. Neighbors watched over them, taught them, disciplined them, and celebrated their milestones. Festivals, stories, songs, and rites of passage helped nurture the young into adults who would understand their responsibilities to others, not just themselves. This spirit of community found one of its most poignant expressions in the long winter months. When the land grew hard with frost and the days shrank to their briefest light, the rhythm of survival changed. Fields lay dormant, but the need for warmth, sustenance, and connection grew more acute. It was during these winters that social gatherings flourished in importance, becoming not only sources of entertainment but vital lifelines of emotional and psychological endurance. Winter gatherings took many forms. In some regions, they were centered around feasts, where preserved meats, stored grains, and fermented beverages were shared in celebratory abundance. In others, they took the form of storytelling nights, where firelight flickered across eager faces as elders recounted tales of past glories, misfortunes, spirits, and heroes. Singing and dancing became tools of cohesion, lifting spirits during the darkest months and reminding each member of the village that joy could still be cultivated amidst scarcity. These gatherings served as more than just distraction. They were rituals of resilience, reaffirming identity and togetherness when isolation could easily creep in. Moreover, the structure of these gatherings often helped to redistribute resources subtly and compassionately. A communal meal might offer more to those who had less, without the shame of charity. A shared hearth offered warmth to those whose fires had gone cold. These acts, done in the spirit of festivity and unity, ensured that no member of the community would be left to suffer in silence or solitude. Winter also allowed time for planning, for mending tools and clothes, for sharing knowledge and passing on crafts, especially those too time-consuming for the busy planting and harvest seasons. The communal aspect of this quieter time turned potential vulnerability into an opportunity for cohesion. Undergirding much of this communal life was the steady presence of religious observance. Far from being merely spiritual exercises, these observances held deeply practical functions that shaped the social and economic rhythm of the year. Religious festivals aligned with agricultural seasons, marking sowing and harvest with prayers and rituals that reinforced the sanctity of labor and the gifts of the land. Saints' days and holy seasons provided structured rest from toil, moments of reflection and celebration that helped regulate the emotional well-being of the community. These observances brought people together across class lines, reinforcing a shared identity in a divine order that transcended individual hardship. Religious rites often acted as mediators in social conflicts, offering mechanisms for forgiveness, restitution, and reconciliation. Public confession, penance, and ritual purification helped to resolve tensions before they could fracture the delicate web of community. Sacred spaces, whether churches, shrines, or natural sites considered holy, served as communal centers, not only for worship but for governance, education, and mutual aid. In times of illness or crop failure, collective prayer was not only a spiritual plea but an expression of unity, a reminder that fate and fortune were shared burdens. Even funerals, with their solemn processions and communal mourning, affirmed life's fragile continuity and the enduring commitment of the living to care for one another in death. Religious traditions also governed time. The liturgical calendar provided a structured cycle of fasts and feasts that mirrored the physical ebbs and flows of the agrarian year. Lent, for instance, encouraged restraint just as winter stores dwindled, while Easter celebrated renewal as the earth began to bloom again. These rhythms offered more than spiritual symbolism. They provided a guide for collective discipline and celebration that helped balance the extremes of hunger and abundance, sorrow and joy. In all these ways, through shared labor, mutual care, winter gatherings, and religious life, the community functioned as a complex, living organism. Each element served both an individual and collective purpose, ensuring not only the survival of its members but the flourishing of a culture rooted in empathy, cooperation, and meaning. The bonds forged through such practices were not merely utilitarian. They were deeply human, expressions of a collective soul that knew survival was sweeter when achieved together. This collective soul was not forged overnight, nor was it immune to strain. The very fabric that held communities together, woven from shared customs, work, and worship, was tested continually by the unpredictability of life. Crop failures, illness, natural disasters, and external threats could unbalance even the most cohesive settlements. Yet it was often in these moments of crisis that the underlying strength of communal life became most evident. One of the clearest examples of this resilience was found in how resources were shared, not only during times of plenty, but especially during times of need. Resource sharing was not limited to labor or the products of the field. It extended into nearly every aspect of material life. Communal granaries, where surplus grain was stored for hard times, represented one of the most important expressions of this shared responsibility. Access to these granaries was often mediated by elders or councils who took into account each family's needs and contributions, creating a system of mutual support rather than hierarchical control. The same principle applied to other goods that were difficult to produce or acquire in isolation: salt, wool, wine, oil, and tools. Some communities maintained shared livestock or communal herds, particularly of sheep or goats, whose milk and wool could benefit multiple families. This pattern of sharing blurred the lines between individual and collective ownership. While households maintained autonomy over their homes and plots, they participated in an economy of reciprocity, where debts were paid not in coin but in time, food, or labor. A neighbor who helped repair a collapsed roof might later receive help harvesting barley. A family who lent a plow might be repaid with cheese or firewood. These exchanges were tracked not by ledgers but by memory, reinforced by the deep cultural understanding that everyone, at some point, would need help. To violate this understanding by hoarding, cheating, or abandoning a neighbor in need was not just a personal failing, it was a social sin, one that could lead to ostracism or even formal punishment by community leaders. Women played an especially vital role in maintaining these networks of support. In many regions, women managed the distribution of food within and between households, bartered goods in local markets, and organized support for new mothers, the sick, and the elderly. Their roles in the domestic sphere, while often undervalued in official records, were essential in sustaining the intricate balance of care and resource management. Through their social gatherings, be it while washing clothes, preparing food, or crafting textiles, women created informal but powerful systems of information sharing and support. These networks were sometimes more reliable than formal leadership, providing quiet mechanisms for both aid and accountability. One of the more intimate expressions of community strength came through the practice of mutual care during illness and death. Before the development of modern medicine, the responsibility for nursing the sick fell almost entirely to the community. Certain women, often older and experienced, served as midwives, herbalists, and healers. They passed on knowledge of medicinal plants, poultices, and treatments through generations, creating a living tradition of care that blended empirical knowledge with spiritual belief. Illnesses were seen not only as physical afflictions but as communal events requiring collective response. When someone fell sick, Neighbors brought food, offered prayers, and helped tend the home. In times of epidemic, when fear could easily drive people apart, these traditions of care became even more critical, though they did not always prevail. Funerals, in particular, represented a culminating moment of communal attention and solidarity. The entire village would typically participate, gathering to grieve, offer support, and reinforce the shared bonds of existence. The preparation of the body, the rituals of mourning, and the final burial were as much about affirming life as they were about confronting death. The community, through these acts, proclaimed that no one would be forgotten, and that the burden of loss was one to be shared. Even as these internal structures provided strength, communities often looked outward in search of broader connection, trade, and spiritual anchoring. Pilgrimage, for example, offered individuals and small groups the chance to journey beyond their village, visiting sacred sites and bringing back stories, relics, and inspiration. These pilgrimages, sometimes covering vast distances, also served a communal function. The pilgrims were seen as representatives of the whole village, carrying with them the prayers and hopes of their neighbors. Upon their return, they would share not only blessings but news, ideas, and tokens that enriched the community's cultural and spiritual life. Markets and fairs, though less explicitly spiritual, played a similar role. Seasonal gatherings at regional centers allowed villagers to trade goods, seek new tools or livestock, and connect with people from other settlements. These were moments of both economic and social expansion, reinforcing the idea that while a village was self-sustaining, it was also part of a larger human fabric. Stories, songs, fashion, and even political ideas traveled along with goods, slowly transforming local cultures while also grounding them in broader traditions. Winter remained the great equalizer and the ultimate test of communal bonds. As the landscape grew silent under snow and wind, the homes of the village turned into sanctuaries of warmth and endurance. The cold months revealed who had stored enough, who had prepared well, and who would need help. In some years, winter brought starvation and death, despite all preparations. In others, it brought new birth, new stories, and moments of joy. The darkness of the season gave rise to light in the form of feasts, songs, and rituals designed to summon hope and remind everyone of their common purpose. Yule festivals, solstice fires, and nativity celebrations offered symbolic assurance that the light would return, both literally and metaphorically. During these long nights, stories were told not just to entertain but to teach. They transmitted values of courage, humility, and sacrifice. They reminded listeners of ancestors who had endured worse and still prevailed. The storytelling itself was a communal rite, connecting the present to the past and planting seeds of meaning for the future. As important as these seasonal traditions were, the backbone of community life remained in the ordinary, uncelebrated tasks repeated daily. Hauling water, mending clothes, feeding animals, tending fires, each small action was a contribution to the survival of the whole. The repetition of these tasks was not drudgery alone, it was a rhythm, a kind of unspoken liturgy that bound people to the earth, to one another, and to time itself. These daily labors carried with them the weight of generations, performed as they were by hands that had inherited not only the motions, but the meanings behind them. Religious life infused these daily acts with purpose. The blessing of bread, the sign of the cross before a journey, the lighting of candles at dusk, each small ritual became a way of affirming sacred presence in the mundane. The church bell, tolling through fog or snow, marked time and tied individual lives to a divine rhythm. Even those who harbored doubts rarely rejected the communal nature of faith, recognizing in it a structure that made sense of hardship and offered hope beyond what the eye could see. In the end, survival was not just about food, shelter, or health. It was about maintaining a network of trust, reciprocity, and shared meaning. A community could rebuild after a fire, replant after a flood, and bury its dead with dignity, but only if the bonds between its members remained strong. These bonds were not abstract ideals. They were tested every day by jealousy, exhaustion, greed, and grief. Yet the strength of a village lay in its commitment to renewal, in the way it responded not just to harvests and seasons, but to one another. As time moved forward and technologies advanced, many of these old patterns of community would be altered or replaced. Machines reduced the need for collective labor. Market economies changed the nature of resource sharing. Bureaucratic institutions assumed some of the care once handled within families and villages. Yet the memory of these earlier structures persists, embedded in folk traditions, religious festivals, and the deep human longing for connection. In them, we see not just how people survived, but how they lived, with dignity, with compassion, and with the abiding belief that the good of one was inseparable from the good of all. As the sun dipped lower into the southern sky and the nights stretched longer with each passing day, winter arrived not merely as a season but as a crucible, an ancient trial of endurance, preparation, and wisdom. In the traditions of countless civilizations, winter was never taken lightly. Its cold breath demanded foresight, and its long nights called for community and memory. Across the northern world, from the snow-laden plains of Siberia to the icy fjords of Scandinavia, from the frostbitten frontiers of North America to the wind-swept steppes of Central Asia, winter became not only a test of physical strength but a measure of knowledge passed down through generations. Medical knowledge specific to winter was among the earliest forms of specialized health care. Before the rise of modern science, healers, midwives, shamans, and herbalists knew that cold weather brought with it not only frostbite and hypothermia but also respiratory ailments, joint pains, and periods of emotional and mental hardship. The bitter air, dry and sharp, could weaken the lungs, especially among the young and elderly. Ancient Chinese medical texts observed that winter, associated with the element of water and the organ of the kidneys, was a time to preserve one's vital energy, rest more, and consume warming foods. Similar ideas existed in the Ayurvedic tradition of India, which taught that the body's dashas shifted in winter, requiring nourishing, oily, and warm sustenance to maintain balance. In European folk medicine, garlic and onions were essential protectors against winter illness. Their sulfur compounds, unknown to early practitioners but instinctively valued, helped fortify the immune system. Elderberry syrups, teas made from pine needles or spruce tips, and broths rich in marrow were common in Slavic and Nordic cultures, believed to strengthen the blood and stave off illness. Indigenous peoples of North America had long relied on bear grease, yarrow, and cedar tea to treat fevers, chest congestion, and frostbite. These remedies were not random, they arose from centuries of observation and adaptation, as communities learned to respect the rhythms of winter rather than resist them. Indeed, knowledge of how to protect the human body during the cold months extended beyond medicine. It was also found in practical acts of daily life. Wearing layered clothing of wool and fur, understanding how to build fires with minimal smoke, and designing shelters that trapped heat, these were as much survival strategies as they were expressions of ingenuity. The Inuit perfected snow houses that, counterintuitively, insulated warmth through the properties of packed snow. Mongol yurts, adapted for brutal winter winds, allowed central fires to heat the entire space efficiently. In Slavic traditions, large communal ovens doubled as beds for warmth. Such architectural wisdom, born of necessity, mirrored the medical insights of the time. Warmth was life, and anything that preserved it was sacred. Hand in hand with medical and architectural preparation came another indispensable winter art, the prediction of weather. While today we rely on satellites and meteorological models, ancient societies looked to subtler signs, animal behavior, the patterns of frost, the direction and shape of clouds, and even the way smoke rose from chimneys. In the highlands of the Andes, Quechua farmers paid close attention to the behavior of the Pleiades star cluster in June, using its brightness to forecast crop success and seasonal rainfall. In medieval Europe, farmers' almanacs were treasured repositories of weather lore. A red sunrise was a warning of snow or storm. Thick hoarfrost in the morning foretold clear skies ahead. Among the Sami people of the Arctic, reindeer behavior was closely watched. If herds began moving earlier than expected or dug deeper into the snow for lichen, it signaled an approaching blizzard. In rural Japan, the cry of the bush warbler and the color of sunset hues in late autumn guided farmers in predicting the length and severity of the winter to come. These methods, born of observation and repeated across countless years, formed a kind of folk meteorology that was both poetic and surprisingly effective. But prediction alone was not enough. Planning for winter demanded action rooted in that foresight. Granaries were filled, cellars stocked, meats cured, and firewood split and stacked high. In many cultures, this period of provisioning was spiritualized, becoming part of ritual and ceremony. In the Celtic tradition, Samhain marked not just the beginning of winter but a reckoning of resources, a counting of what was left and what would be needed to survive the months ahead. The careful management of food stores was not only a matter of sustenance but of moral obligation. Wasting was frowned upon. Sharing, especially with the vulnerable, was a duty embedded in cultural norms. Within the hearths of winter homes, when work outside was limited and the nights seemed eternal, oral tradition flourished. This was the season of storytelling, when elders became teachers and memory itself became a form of sustenance. Around firelit gatherings, myths were retold, history recounted, and wisdom encoded in parables and songs. These stories serve not merely to entertain but to educate. In many indigenous North American tribes, winter was the only time when certain sacred stories could be told. These tales contained vital information about migration routes, clan relationships, taboos, and survival practices, wrapped in allegory and vivid narrative. In the Norse sagas, the long winters of the North were painted not as bleak times but as opportunities for heroic endurance and reflection. Bards and skalds preserved genealogies, battle accounts, and moral lessons in verse. In Slavic villages, winter nights brought epic poems of warriors and wise women, often carrying warnings and teachings for younger listeners. In each case, the act of storytelling was a transmission of culture, a preservation of the collective psyche against the silence of snow-covered isolation. These oral traditions often carried practical winter knowledge disguised as lore. A tale about a hunter lost in a storm might include, embedded within it, a method for navigating by the stars or recognizing safe shelter in a pine thicket. A story about a grandmother warming stones before bed might teach children how to avoid the chill of frostbite. In this way, culture and survival intertwined, with memory acting as both blanket and map. Yet not every winter was survived, and it was often through hardship that the deepest lessons were learned. Famine, illness, and exposure took lives, especially among those poorly prepared or too young or old to withstand the cold. These tragedies, though devastating, became the forge in which wisdom was tempered. In medieval Europe, accounts of the Little Ice Age describe villages blanketed in relentless snow, crops failing under frost, and populations migrating in search of warmth. From such times arose innovations, better plows, insulated structures, communal grain storage, and new methods of food preservation like smoking, drying, and fermentation. The memory of harsh winters shaped generational behavior. A grandmother who remembered the hunger of 1846 would teach her descendants to always keep extra flour and beans. An elder who had watched half a village succumb to influenza might insist on the value of elderberry syrup or the importance of keeping warm air trapped indoors. These were not simply tales of woe, they were acts of instruction born from the depth of experience. They reinforced the essential lesson that while humans cannot control winter, they can meet it with knowledge, courage, and unity. Even in modern times, the echoes of winter hardship shape policy and community response. In regions prone to severe winters, municipalities stock salt and sand, maintain warming centers for the homeless, and broadcast cold weather alerts based on sophisticated meteorological analysis. Yet the essence of winter wisdom remains unchanged. It is still about preparation, about reading signs, about preserving and sharing. It is still about learning, whether from data models or from the memory of a father who once walked 5 miles in a snowstorm with firewood on his back. There is something deeply human in the way winter humbles us. It reminds us of our smallness, of the limits of comfort, and of the power of nature. But it also reminds us of our resilience. The rituals of hot tea, wool socks, shared meals, and whispered stories have endured precisely because they nurture not only the body but the spirit. Winter, for all its cold and darkness, draws us inward, into our homes, our histories, our communities, and ourselves. Thus, winter wisdom is not merely practical. It is cultural, emotional, and spiritual. It is the warmth of a remembered recipe, the quiet confidence of knowing where the firewood is stacked, the sound of wind outside while stories are told within. It is the ancient human art of turning adversity into knowledge, of finding life amid stillness, and of passing forward what was once hard-earned so that it may someday be gently received. Throughout human history, the quiet tyranny of winter has repeatedly asserted its dominance over civilizations great and small. Though often romanticized in memory and literature as a time of reflection and dormancy, winter has also been an agent of disruption, death, and collapse. Its victories have been quiet yet catastrophic, blanketing regions with snow and silence while ushering in waves of starvation, disease, and societal disintegration. From the icy expanses of medieval Europe to the trembling edges of agrarian empires in Asia, the historical records bear witness to winters that did not merely test human endurance but decisively overcame it. In the chronicles of the past, these winters left behind not only barren fields and empty granaries, but also a testament to the fragility of the human endeavor in the face of nature's coldest breath. One of the earliest and most devastating examples comes from the harsh winter of 1315, which marked the onset of what is now known as the Great Famine in Europe. The famine lasted until 1317, but its echoes extended well into the decade. This was not a singular moment of hardship but a protracted crisis of repeated crop failures, waterlogged fields, and livestock deaths, all exacerbated by relentless rain and cold. The winter of 1315 did not relent, it lingered and deepened the agony of already saturated lands. Seed stocks meant for planting were consumed in desperation, and as the harvests failed again and again, entire communities descended into starvation. Chroniclers wrote of people digging up the graves of the recently deceased in search of food and of children abandoned by parents unable to feed them. The toll on human life was staggering, with estimates suggesting that up to 15% of the population perished in parts of northern Europe. The social fabric itself frayed under the pressure, as law and order weakened and moral boundaries collapsed. Such episodes were not isolated. In Russia, the year 1601 brought a winter of such ferocity that it initiated one of the worst famines in the nation's history. Following a volcanic eruption in Peru in 1600, the Earth's climate dipped in temperature, a phenomenon exacerbated by what is now referred to as the Little Ice Age. In the Russian famine, grain prices soared beyond the reach of ordinary people, and even the nobility found themselves rationing supplies. The societal consequences were swift and brutal. Serfdom, already a dark shadow in Russian life, became further entrenched as peasants, in desperation, sold themselves and their families into bondage for the promise of sustenance. Evidence of winter mortality has long fascinated and haunted historians. Mass graves, skeletal remains bearing signs of malnutrition, and historical parish records offer grim testimony. Parish registers, maintained with religious diligence, reveal patterns of death clustering in the coldest months, with the elderly and the very young perishing in disproportionately high numbers. Infant mortality, already high in pre-modern societies, surged during winters when fuel was scarce and indoor spaces became breeding grounds for respiratory infections. Perhaps the most infamous winter in recorded history was that of 1709, when Europe experienced what is arguably its coldest season in the past half-millennium. The Great Frost, as it came to be known, struck suddenly and without mercy. Rivers froze solid across France, the Thames and London turned to ice thick enough to support markets, and vineyards in the Rhine region were destroyed, setting back wine production for a generation. In France alone, over 600,000 people are believed to have died, many of them from cold and starvation. Livestock froze in barns, trees split from frost, and even ink froze in the inkwells of bureaucrats. The French king, Louis XIV, was forced to distribute emergency grain reserves, but the scale of suffering defied containment. The harshness of the winter was followed by political unrest and economic crisis, as subsistence economies struggled to recover and the social order teetered on the edge. In colonial America, the winter of 1609 to 1610 became etched in collective memory as the starving time for the settlers of Jamestown. Already weakened by disease and poor supplies, the colonists faced a brutal season during which most of them died. The James River froze, cutting off access to resupply, and local indigenous communities, themselves suffering from the harsh conditions, could not provide aid. Archaeological evidence and personal accounts hint at cannibalism, an ultimate sign of winter's total conquest over the moral and physical defenses of a population. Yet winters did not only break the weak, they also humbled the mighty. In 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte's Grand Army, fresh from its campaigns across Europe, marched into Russia with confidence and logistical superiority. What followed, however, was a slow-motion disaster as the Russian winter turned the tide against the invaders. By the time Napoleon's forces began their retreat from Moscow, the temperature had plummeted to below -30 degrees Celsius. Horses died en masse, carts splintered in the cold, and men froze where they stood. Of the 600,000 soldiers who began the campaign, fewer than 100,000 returned. This was not merely a military failure but a testament to winter's ability to determine the fate of empires. Similarly, in the 20th century, winter again shaped the outcome of global conflict during the Second World War. The German Wehrmacht's advance into the Soviet Union stalled disastrously during the winter of 1941–42. Ill-equipped for the conditions, many German soldiers died of exposure and frostbite, while Soviet troops, hardened by years of winter warfare, launched counteroffensives that would mark the turning point of the Eastern Front. The resilience of the Soviet population, built on generations of hardship and harsh climates, played a key role in the failure of Hitler's plans for a swift conquest. Despite the devastation, humanity has shown remarkable capacity for resilience and adaptation. The very cycles of winter-induced famine led to some of the most important innovations in food storage, crop rotation, and agronomy. The Dutch, faced with recurring famines during the Little Ice Age, pioneered the use of windmills not only for water management but also for grain processing and storage. Societies learned to adapt their architecture, using thick walls and central hearths to combat the cold. Clothing technologies evolved, with fur-lined garments, woolen layers, and eventually industrial textiles becoming widespread. Communal coping mechanisms also arose. Winter festivals, though often religious in origin, served the deeper purpose of reinforcing social bonds during the hardest months. Shared meals, storytelling traditions, and collective rites provided emotional sustenance when physical resources were limited. Governments, in turn, slowly began to understand the value of grain reserves, price controls, and public works programs to mitigate winter's toll. The institutional memory of harsh winters became embedded in policy, shaping everything from city planning to emergency response. The scars of winter are visible in art and literature as well. From Bruegel's snow-covered landscapes to Dickens' frosted streets, from Russian novels steeped in frost to folk tales that warn of blizzards and wolves, winter has been immortalized as both antagonist and teacher. Each retelling carries the echo of centuries when winter won, not just as a season, but as a force capable of reshaping the arc of human destiny. Yet perhaps the most powerful testament to winter's impact is not in its victories, but in the way it has compelled human societies to grow more ingenious, more cooperative, and more prepared. While we have not defeated winter, we have learned to endure it. The cycle of devastation and recovery has become part of the human rhythm, a solemn dance of challenge and adaptation. The victories of winter are real, but so too is the stubborn endurance of those who survive it, and in their survival, craft the foundations of a stronger future. As the snow fell thick upon the timbers of medieval Europe, our ancestors faced winters with a practical wisdom that has faded from our modern consciousness. The medieval winter was not merely endured but embraced, a season of both hardship and remarkable innovation that shaped the rhythms of an entire civilization. As we draw our exploration to a close, we find in these medieval practices not just quaint historical curiosities, but profound lessons that speak directly to our contemporary challenges. The medieval approach to winter sustainability bears striking parallels to our modern environmental concerns. While today we speak of carbon footprints and renewable resources, medieval communities practiced sustainability out of necessity rather than ideology. Their winter preparations reflected an intimate understanding of local carrying capacity, knowing precisely how many animals could be fed through winter and how much grain would sustain a household until spring thaw. This knowledge wasn't academic but visceral. Miscalculation meant hunger or worse. The medieval storehouse, with its carefully preserved foods and essential supplies, represented a profound understanding of resource limitations that our modern economy, with its expectation of perpetual abundance, has largely forgotten. Medieval communities maintained resilience through diversification. No single crop or preservation method was trusted entirely. Instead, they relied on complementary systems: smoked meats, dried fruits, fermented vegetables, and grains stored in multiple ways. When disease struck livestock or mold claimed a portion of the harvest, this diversification meant the difference between survival and catastrophe. Today's complex global supply chains, despite their apparent redundancies, often lack the true resilience of these medieval systems, where knowledge was distributed and resources were managed at the household and community level. Perhaps most relevant to our current environmental challenges is the medieval relationship with energy consumption. Winter was a time of natural conservation. Activities shifted indoors, communal spaces conserved heat, and darkness was accepted rather than banished at great expense. The medieval household knew precisely the energy cost of illumination when each candle or lamp represented hours of labor to produce. Heat was precious, carefully managed through architecture, clothing, and social practices that clustered people together. As we face the imperative to reduce our energy footprint, These ancestors offer us a model of sufficiency rather than excess, finding ways to thrive within natural limitations rather than transcending them through ever-increasing consumption. The psychological dimensions of medieval winter adaptation offer equally valuable insights. Modern society often treats seasonal variation as an inconvenience to be overcome, maintaining the same frenetic pace year-round regardless of natural rhythms. In contrast, medieval communities embraced the psychological reality of winter's slowdown. They recognized winter as a necessary period of restoration, both for the natural world and the human spirit. The darkness was not merely tolerated but incorporated into cultural practices, with storytelling traditions that flourished precisely because of the long nights that modern electric lighting has banished. Medieval winter psychology embraced what contemporary therapists might call acceptance, understanding that certain aspects of reality cannot be changed but must be incorporated into one's worldview. Winter wasn't fought against but prepared for, accepted, and ultimately incorporated into a larger seasonal narrative that gave meaning to hardship. The medieval mind recognized that spring's renewal is only meaningful through winter's challenge, that comfort is sweetest when contrasted with discomfort, and that community bonds strengthen most powerfully when tested by shared difficulties. This psychological resilience was supported by religious and cultural frameworks that gave meaning to winter's hardships. Whether through Christian narratives of redemptive suffering or older folkloric traditions that personified winter's challenges, medieval people placed their seasonal struggles within larger meaning systems. These frameworks didn't eliminate hardship but transformed it, from meaningless suffering into purposeful endurance. Our modern secular society, having largely abandoned these collective meaning systems, often struggles to contextualize hardship, leading to a brittleness in the face of inevitable challenges. The medieval winter preserved knowledge that modern society has largely forgotten, practical skills and approaches worth recovering. Consider the sophisticated understanding of food preservation that allowed communities to maintain nutrition throughout winter months. Modern refrigeration has simplified our approach to food storage, but at a tremendous energy cost and with a significant loss of flavor complexity. Medieval preservation methods, smoking, fermenting, curing, and natural cold storage, created foods that weren't merely edible but developed deeper, more complex flavors over time. The winter-ripened cheese, the perfectly fermented cabbage, or the properly aged ham represented not just survival food but culinary achievements that modern food systems rarely match. Similarly, medieval craftspeople developed sophisticated understandings of material properties under winter conditions. They knew precisely how different woods behaved in cold and damp, which materials provided insulation without trapping moisture, and how to design buildings that passively managed heat. Modern builders, despite advanced technologies, often struggle to match the elegant efficiency of medieval structures built without engineers or complex calculations. These buildings, with their strategic orientation to capture winter sun while blocking summer heat, their careful management of airflow, and their sophisticated use of thermal mass, embodied centuries of accumulated wisdom about living comfortably with minimal energy input. Winter in medieval communities also preserve social technologies we've largely lost, methods of maintaining communal bonds through the challenging season. The importance of shared labor during autumn preparations created networks of mutual obligation that could be drawn upon during winter emergencies. Communal storytelling traditions not only passed time but preserved cultural knowledge and reinforced group identity. Even the practice of gathering multiple generations around a single heat source created opportunities for knowledge transmission that our age-segregated, individually heated rooms have eliminated. These social technologies created remarkable resilience, communities that could withstand hardships that might overwhelm our more materially wealthy but socially impoverished modern neighborhoods. Perhaps the most profound lesson from the medieval winter is its testimony to the possibility of finding comfort in simplicity. The medieval household achieved genuine comfort not through abundance but through appropriate adaptation. Winter clothing wasn't merely functional but represented sophisticated layering systems developed over generations. Winter foods weren't just preserved but transformed, the fermented cabbage providing vital nutrients, the aged cheese offering satisfying fats, the preserved fruits bringing necessary sweetness. Winter activities weren't merely time fillers but meaningful practices that strengthened skills, community bonds, and cultural identity. This comfort and simplicity challenges our modern equation of comfort with excess. The medieval winter reminds us that true comfort often comes not from having more than we need but from having precisely what suits our circumstances. The well-designed mittens, the perfectly seasoned stew, the skillfully banked fire, the strategically placed bed, these represented not deprivation but appropriate technology, developed through generations of refining what truly matters when resources are limited. As our own society faces intersecting challenges of environmental sustainability, psychological well-being, and community resilience, the medieval winter offers us not a blueprint but an inspiration. These ancestors, working without our scientific understanding or technological capabilities, nevertheless developed sophisticated systems for thriving within natural limitations. They created cultures that acknowledged seasonal realities rather than defying them, that found meaning in necessary constraints rather than rejecting them, and that built remarkable resilience through community rather than individualism. The lessons of the medieval winter invite us not to romanticize the past, for indeed winter brought genuine suffering and hardship, but to recognize the profound wisdom embedded in practices developed through centuries of human experience. As we face our own winters, both literal and metaphorical, we might do well to remember these ancestors who knew so intimately the art of transformation, turning darkness into storytelling, scarcity into preservation, isolation into community, and necessity into sufficiency. In their medieval winters, we find not just historical curiosity but practical wisdom for navigating our uncertain future.